into the city of Cambridge here right now. Where you see that red and that green, that's a pretty strong indication of that rotation. Again, we have not gotten a confirmation that there is a tornado on the ground, but over the course of the last few minutes, even as we were just talking about this, as we started to look at the storm a little bit more in detail, when we had that severe thunderstorm warning in effect, there were some signs that the storm was showing some rotation. It started to get a little bit stronger, a little bit stronger rotation right in there. So where you see it right in there, that's what we're looking at, and this is going to continue to move through the city of Cambridge. So again, if you are in Cambridge right now, any surrounding communities as well, Byesville over towards Lower City, you should be in your tornado safe place at this time. You go to the basement, lowest level of your home. If you don't have a basement, go to a closet, bathroom that doesn't have any windows, because this is moving off towards the east. Basically, going to be crossing the interchange there, I-77 and I-70, just south of downtown Cambridge, and moving off towards the east, again impacting areas around Byesville with that area of rotation, and then continuing off towards Lower City, south of Old Washington. But anywhere, if you are in that tornado warning, just take your safety precautions right now as we are tracking this storm, because anytime we have an area of rotation, again, sometimes that can fluctuate a little bit. So, just be aware of that. If you are under that tornado warning, take your safety precautions now, stay there, wait out the storm. Hopefully we don't see a tornado develop. And then, of course, after that tornado warning has expired, again, you can go about the rest of your evening and enjoy a quieter evening after the storm passes through. But here's a look at that area of rotation again near Cambridge right now. That's going to be impacting Byesville around 532, Blacktop around 539, Lower City 542, and getting closer to the Millwood area. That's going to be around 6 p.m. here with that storm that we are tracking. And this is the only tornado warning that we have currently in effect. So this is the only severe thunderstorm warning that we have currently in effect for all of central and eastern parts of Ohio. We were watching some stronger storms up to the north around Cleveland, but as these storms have gotten a bit further to the east, the environment, as they've been developing here, the environment has just been a little bit more favorable, if you will, for those storms to get a bit stronger, build up more intensity, and then start to show those signs of rotation. So that's what we saw really just in the last 15 to 20 minutes as that storm was developing over parts of Muskingum County, just near Zanesville, watching that storm that had shown signs that it was going to be producing some hail and heavy rainfall. But as it continued further to the east, it got even stronger. And that's why the National Weather Service at first decided to issue that severe thunderstorm warning with that tornado possible. But because that rotation got even stronger, as we've been talking here for about the last 5 to 10 minutes, that's why the National Weather Service opted out of precaution to issue a tornado warning. Again, that's in effect right now until 6 p.m. So this is really centered right over the Cambridge area. And Michael, if we're able to just go to the live radar, so we're just looking at one radar feed here momentarily, and we'll see that, again, it's really centered right over the city of Cambridge. So Cambridge, even if you're not looking at that potential for a tornado, if that hopefully, again, doesn't develop, what is happening, even if there's no tornado, what is happening is we're getting torrential rainfall right now moving into the city. And right in here, where you see that brighter pink, that's likely where our hail core is at. And we're talking about hail that could be anywhere from nickel size to quarter size here as we go through the next short while here with that tornado warning.
So, Aaron, as you are looking at this situation and the folks who are on down the line, I know you're looking at where this is happening right now, but who's next outside of Cambridge that you want folks to be aware that this is on its way?
Yeah, so as we are watching that storm again right now, it's really centered right now over Cambridge. So this is eventually going to be continuing off towards the east. And if we want to put a track on this, looking towards Lower City, the Wills area, and then eventually this is going to be moving towards the Londonderry, probably just south of Londonderry, getting closer to Kirkwood. So eventually moving out of areas around Muskingum, Guernsey, and Noble County. and getting to the point where it's going to be moving out of the 10 TV coverage area. So eventually we're going to see this warning again clear the area and likely getting to the point where things will start to be a little bit calmer here the rest of this evening.
Moving pretty quickly and following that 70 corridor as well as it goes past Cambridge, because just a few minutes ago when you started this report, it hadn't hit Cambridge just yet, so it gives you an idea how fast it's moving, right? And have we already traded off to the Pittsburgh radar? It's getting out of our radar view. Yeah,
we are actually looking over at the Pittsburgh radar here right now, and again, this is a look at that velocity picture here, and right now this is looking from Pittsburgh. So again, I mentioned it before when we're talking about the radar picture here, is we're actually looking a little bit higher up into the storm. So the closer you are to the radar site, again, located in Pittsburgh, there's another radar in Wilmington, there's another radar up in Cleveland. Those all give us different perspectives on how the storm is developing. And right in here is where we would have some rotation. But for what I'm looking at right now, it does appear like that rotation may be weakening just a little bit here, and I'm going to step off. If we could actually go back a few scans of the radar here just to look at how that storm, again, looking at the velocity here from just about a few minutes ago, yeah, you can see it right there as that storm was approaching Cambridge. I mean, look at that. You go from seeing that red and green, really bright colors. That's an indication of strong rotation, and as we continue to progress eastward, still some rotation, and maybe it's starting to become a little bit more broad and maybe not as that strong, tight rotation that we look for with a potential for a tornado. So that's a good sign, but I do want to emphasize that doesn't mean it's just all going to fall apart. There is still a tornado warning that is in effect, so be aware of that here as we can continue to track the storm through 6 p.m.
So, Aaron, one of the things that we learned, back in the day, growing up in Oklahoma, we learned the acronym DUCK when it comes to taking cover. DUCK, downstairs, underneath something, center part of the house, keep away from windows. And so that's always something that has been able to stick with me in these moments when it's time to take cover. And we should also remind folks that just because there may not be as strong of a rotation in this area, that doesn't mean that it's no longer dangerous.
Correct.
Because we're still talking about a very strong system in this situation. So again, duck is something that we learned many years ago. Downstairs, underneath something, center part of the house, keep away from windows, as a way to find the safest part of your house.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a good way to, think about it. Of course, if you don't have a basement, if you can find ways to put as many walls between you and the outside. So, think about the closet, the bathroom, where there's no windows. That's going to be your ultimate protection in case a tornado were to develop. And that's something we're going to continue to watch, of course, through the next 30 minutes with this storm. It's currently 5:30. So if you're just joining us right now here on 10 TV and on 10 TV streaming, we do have a tornado warning that has been issued for parts of the area, including the city of Cambridge. Now, this tornado warning is going to be continuing until 6 p.m. So if you live in parts of Guernsey County, this is a tornado warning. So you should be in your tornado safe place right now. Lowest level of your home. If you don't have a basement, basically put as many walls between you and the outside. So an interior closet, an interior bathroom, something that doesn't have any windows, that's going to provide you the best protection should a tornado develop. Hopefully that's not the case. So far, we have not gotten any confirmation that a tornado has developed. This is all radar indicated. So we're looking at different radar sites from Pittsburgh. We're looking at the radar from Cleveland and a bit further east from the Wilmington radar site. But this is a look at the storm. And now let's look at the track of the storm as it continues to move off to the east at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. So this is going to be getting clearing out of the Cambridge area here in about the next 5 to 10 minutes. You're still getting some heavy rainfall, but for that area of rotation and that potential for hail, that's going to be moving towards Senecaville around 5:33, Salesville 5:49, Millwood about 5:52, getting closer to Barnesville around 6:10, and then eventually moving out to the east and getting closer to Bethesda around 6:25.
Aaron, what's the threshold? And I know that they're triangulating this with those different radars from those different locations. What's the threshold when they issue this warning? We're not seeing a hook or any rotation really just yet, something well defined, but it's still there. There's a warning.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, at one point, so we had that area of rotation. There was a little bit of weak rotation. And again, we're looking higher up into the storm itself. But if we go back, Michael, if we can, just go back on a few scans of the velocity here. And this is really what did it for the National Weather Service. And when we started to see that as we were talking about the storm, as it was crossing the border going towards Cambridge, notice that area right in here, that red and green, that's a sign of that stronger rotation as it continued to build into the Cambridge area, and then eventually showing that signs that maybe it's starting to weaken a little bit. Now, while the rotation itself might be weakening a little bit, the storm is still strong. I mean, it's still capable of producing up to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. And even if the rotation has, dropped a little bit for now, that's not to say that it can't quickly start to spin back up, and it's something that we'll have to continue to track here through the course of the next 25 minutes. So right now you're taking a live look over towards the Cambridge area. Not a lot to see, at least on that camera there. It's, of course, raining heavily. There has been heavy rain falling in Cambridge for about the last 10 to 15, 20 minutes now. There's also been some hail moving through the city. We've had some indications, at least on the radar picture, that the hail could be anywhere from nickel to quarter size. And right now, as we look at that radar picture, it looks like the potential for hail, at least the stronger indications of that hail, are going to be a little bit really right over the city of Cambridge, where we have that hail potential. Again, this is for hail up to quarter size. If that storm continues to develop, then we could be talking about hail possibly the size of ping pong balls. But right now, as what we're looking at here on the radar picture, I don't think it's going to get to be that significant for the hail to be any larger. But of course, it's one of the concerns. So we got really a few different things that are happening. Of course, we got that hail concern right now. We got the concern for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. More significantly is that area of rotation, that potential for a tornado to still develop here within this tornado warning. So that, again, still does include the city of Cambridge. If you live in any of these areas, you're likely hearing the sirens going off right now. They've probably been going off here for about the last 10, 15 minutes or so. That tornado warning continues through around 6 p.m. So we got about another 25 minutes on this storm. And this is the only storm really that we are tracking with any potential for severe weather, with that severe thunderstorm warning really outlining this tornado warning. But it's for this storm right in here, Cambridge down towards Byesville and over towards the Millwood area. So if you live in Millwood right now, you should still remain in your tornado safe place until the storm passes. This is going to be passing. I would give it about another 20 to 30 minutes or so. Once the storm clears out, the rest of the evening looking a lot more tame. We only have a few storms in the area. They're pretty scattered. So if you're watching us right now here on 10 TV and thinking like, oh, it's sunny outside, there's not a lot happening, other areas are being impacted by some storms right now. So that's what we're going to be seeing. Some areas we're going to see some sunshine and pretty quiet weather here this evening. Others are going to have to deal with some storms as we continue through the next short while.
So, Aaron, as you are looking at this map, and you're right, because folks maybe in Columbus are looking outside and they're saying, well, I'm not seeing anything like this in my part of central Ohio. This is a reminder of how quickly these storms can pop up, how quickly they can get moving and flare up if the conditions are right.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. And, we were watching these storms over the course of this afternoon really start to develop. And one of the things that we were looking at earlier today, we had that storm potential in the forecast here for the last couple of days. And if we got some sunshine today, was that going to help to get these storms to get a little bit stronger? And we got that sunshine earlier this afternoon. Temperatures got up into the lower 80s, so the conditions really started to come together for that potential for a few stronger thunderstorms. And so far, this is the only one that we've been tracking. And this storm actually over the last couple of hours really developed. It first began to become something as it moved east of the Columbus metro over towards Newark, and then eventually it continued on into Muskingum County, passing through Zanesville. And once it got past Zanesville, that's when we started to see that storm really flare up a bit more and start to show some signs that it had some spin with it. There's a little bit of spin in the atmosphere. This whole storm system that's producing these storms today actually produced some storms out in the upper Midwest yesterday. there were some severe thunderstorm warnings and even a couple tornado warnings across northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin. So it's been something that we've been watching here for really the last 24, 36 hours. And now we're seeing what the result is here this afternoon. The storms have built up and we're seeing that area of rotation pretty, kind of spread out a little bit more. It's not that tight rotation that we were once seeing as it was getting closer to the city of Cambridge, but there is still an indication that we have some rotation there just to the south of town. And you're looking at one of the cameras that we have looking at Cambridge. Again, a lot of heavy rainfall still moving through. Likely some gusty winds up to around 45 to 60 miles per hour, in addition to that threat of a tornado.
Yeah, Aaron, I just wanted to ask you, because you have that shot of Cambridge up there and we're seeing some rain happening there. And I'm looking at it on maps here and it looks like traffic around the area of Cambridge, that 77 and that 70 area, is super slow right now. Any warnings for folks who are driving in conditions like this and some ways that they can try to be a little safe besides they're driving slowly, obviously, because we can see it on the maps here.
Yeah, and I mean, I would say anyone that's driving on Interstate 70, especially because that storm is going to be moving basically along the interstate, should be considering that, especially if you're going eastbound on 70 towards Pittsburgh. Areas on I-77, the storm is going to be clearing pretty quickly, so those folks will be seeing a little bit better conditions here in the next, I would say the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. So as we are continuing to track this, let's go ahead and go back to the radar picture here right now. And it does look like we actually have some good news. So this, that tornado warning, it looks like that has been dropped. That rotation, again, we've been tracking it here for about the last 15, 20 minutes or so. We showed you those scans of the radar as that rotation looked pretty strong right when it was on the border, right along I-70 there on Muskegum and Guernsey County line. And as that continued to progress to the east, that rotation has since weakened. And so now we are not seeing that tornado warning in effect any longer. So again, that's really good news, of course, but we still have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect until 6 p.m. So while that tornado threat has diminished, it's not something that may not flare back up again. We're going to be watching that for you here as we continue through this evening. But what is more concerning now is still that potential for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, and also that threat for up to quarter-sized hail, and maybe even an indication that we could see a little bit larger hail than that. Wouldn't be surprised if we see hail maybe up to the size of a ping pong ball. That would be probably the largest the hail would get to here with that severe thunderstorm warning that, again, is in effect until 6 p.m. So that is affecting Guernsey County. They are still keeping that tornado possible. Again, this is the first warning that we had issued, so they had that tornado possible on it. And then, of course, we got that tornado warning issued, which has now been allowed to expire as that rotation really has started to fall apart. So good news on that front, but of course it is still a severe thunderstorm warning as it continues to track off towards the east. Really now looks like it is focused just south of Interstate 70. So that's going to be a good thing for commuters on the interstate. Likely getting some light to moderate, perhaps some heavy rainfall once you get closer to the city of Cambridge. But that heavy rainfall and the threat for hail does look like it is just now south of the interstate, more along the Guernsey County and Noble County lines. So that's the primary concern, is right there with the storm, where you can see that cluster of lightning there along the border of the counties.
And Aaron, speaking to that intense rain, we have some new video that we just got into our newsroom. So this is near Interstate 70 and Route 209 near Cambridge. I mean, you're almost struggling to see what we're looking at here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can hardly see the road in this video. Heavy rain, lots of wind out there. So folks, if you are in the path of the storm and you can safely take pictures or video, you can send it to our newsroom. You help us tell the story of this storm as it's happening. And
it's a good time to remind people that we're obligated to, especially during a tornado warning, to let folks know.
We do have another warning that Aaron's going to update us on right now.
Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and go back to the radar. So they decided to issue a new tornado warning for that storm. This is actually going to be moving off towards the south and east, actually, as it's kind of moved a little bit further southeast of due east now. So that's going to be in effect until 6:15. That does include Guernsey County, southeastern Guernsey County until 6:15, moving southeast at about 30 miles per hour. The storm, in addition to that potential for a tornado, again, it still has that concern for up to quarter-size hail. So this is going to be getting to the point, though, soon that it's going to be moving out of Guernsey County, moving into parts of Noble County as well, Monroe and Belmont County here through 6:15. So that storm again continuing to track towards the south and east at a decent enough clip. So it's going to be moving through fairly quickly, again 30 miles per hour. So we're talking the storm lasting that potential for heavy rainfall and hail, 10 to 15 minutes if it actually passes over you. But for right now, the more immediate concern, of course, is that tornado warning and the threat that we could have some more rotation developing here within that thunderstorm. So we're going to switch it over to the velocity picture, and yeah, right in there. So that's what we're looking at here, where you see that green and red, especially just across the border now. So this is moving out of Guernsey County. This is moving into northern Noble County here with that tornado warning. So that's going to be impacting areas around Lakeland. Also Chaseville right now, basically right overhead. Now, again, this is all radar indicated, so we have not gotten a confirmation that there is a tornado on the ground. But what we are seeing on the radar picture here right now is there is a bit of rotation here within that thunderstorm. And we're actually taking a live look right now. This is from the Guernsey County Sheriff's Office, Sheriff's Department there, looking towards that storm. And if we can actually take a look at that full here momentarily, and we're looking at a couple of different areas. If you look off on the right side of that image, you'll see that there is a heavy, heavy rainfall. So on the right side, that's all the heavy rain where you can't really see through it. On the left-hand side, again, that's the kind of the front edge of the thunderstorm. And right in the middle, we're seeing at least, this is something we refer to as scud clouds. So kind of scary looking clouds, if you will. There's an updraft there, and so some of those clouds are getting pulled in. That's a sign that there's some moisture getting pulled into the thunderstorm right now. And as we look at that area, that's what we're looking for, that whole area right in there, to see if those lowerings that you see there continue to develop and start to rotate a little bit more, and then potentially, maybe producing a funnel cloud, if not perhaps a tornado. But right now, from what we're seeing on that camera, that live visual there, that's the area that we're watching for that rotation. There's no tornado on the ground, but there is definitely some an ominous sight there on camera.
And how much do you look as you see some of those clouds, and we feel maybe a temperature change in there as well? You're talking about the sun earlier.
Sure.
We're not getting the sun through those clouds, but the sun popping out earlier can spark some of that electricity and spark some of that fuel for these types of storms. But now when you get to where it's cloud cover, are we going to get any kind of a temperature change in those?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely going to be a temperature change. And of course, as we talk about that, Jeff, with the heating of the day, when we get that prime sunshine, that really heats up the ground, and it actually really provides more energy for the atmosphere, because we all know when we talk about clouds building up, we need that warm air to rise. And when we have more of that, you can actually get that air rising even faster and faster, and that causes those thunderstorms to really grow in size, leading to that potential for torrential rainfall. If they get high enough into the atmosphere, then we're talking about potential for hail. And sometimes that air, as it's rising, it starts to rotate, and that's what we're seeing right now here as the storm is now crossing into Noble County with that tornado warning. So right in there, that's our rotation, where you see the green and the red really close together. That's a strong indication of rotation as it's crossing out of Guernsey County. So if you live in Guernsey County, there's still some very, very heavy rainfall and that potential for some hail right now. But it does appear like the more immediate tornado threat is moving off to the south and east and now moving into Noble County as we're tracking that storm, again, continuing to shift towards the south and east. That area of rotation still holding its own, and that's going to be moving towards the Summit area around 6:08, getting closer to Antioch around 6:31. That's assuming it all holds together and we don't see the storm continue past 6:15.
So as we are watching this, Aaron, I'm looking at the Guernsey County Emergency Management Agency's Facebook, and they are talking about locations impacted by this warning, including Seneca Lake Park, which looks like it would be right in that area that you're talking about, and Salt Fork State Park, maybe not as close to this specific area of this storm. But for folks who are Seneca Lake Park and these areas that they may be outside, families who they thought they were out enjoying a nice day, what do they need to know? And this is for all of us, maybe if we're not impacted by this particular storm, but as we head into a time where we may be outside a lot this summer, what are things that we need to know if we're outside and something like this develops?
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's the thing to keep in mind with summertime storms. When we get the heating of the day, the humidity, of course, that we're tracking next week, Stacia, we'll have that chance where we could see those storms. So really just be aware of quickly changing weather conditions. It can go from sunny to a storm in the matter of, 30 minutes. And those are things to keep in mind, especially if you're planning outdoor activities as we continue through the summer, of course, when you think about, going out and taking the boat out. Is there a chance of storms? Just being aware of the weather conditions and the weather forecast as we have storms in the forecast, not even just today, but all the way through the first half of the weekend. So while we're tracking the storm, again, just stay inside until the warning has expired. Again, this is until 6:15 for southern Guernsey County and parts of Noble County. That area of rotation really now moving into Noble County. Stay away from doors and windows. If you're in that tornado warning, lowest level of your home. If you don't have a basement, that's the first floor. Put as many walls between you and the outside. Interior closet, a bathroom, anything that doesn't have any windows, that's going to be your ultimate protection should a tornado develop. And if we can take a look at that, the Guernsey County Sheriff's Office webcam there, if we can take a look at that full, just looking at that storm in a little bit more detail, you'll notice that we're watching that area right in the middle. So off on the right side of your screen, that's torrential rainfall behind this area that may be showing still some signs of rotation. Definitely a lowering there. You'll notice if you kind of look at the middle of the screen there for a few seconds, some of those clouds look like they're rising into the storm. This is basically where we have the updraft. So this rising air and area where that air starts to spin a little bit and potentially could turn to a funnel cloud, if not a tornado. But right now, we're not seeing that, so that's a good sign. But this is likely a small wall cloud that we're looking at there. Again, south and east of Cambridge. They're just now crossing from Guernsey County into Noble County with that tornado warning. Still, it's an ominous sight. It's something that should be concerned, if you live in that area, be concerned about, because we all know with severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings is that, these storms are ever changing. They're continuing to evolve. That's why we stay on for so long with these tornado warnings, because the radar continues to update. It gives us a new picture of how that storm has progressed. And is it getting stronger? Is it getting weaker? These are all, ever changing things. And of course, with tornadoes, they can spin up very quickly in the matter of minutes. So the more heads up, the better for people that live in those areas. So what we're looking at here, again, this is that storm velocity. The area of rotation is really now focused into Noble County. Still, at least some indications that we're getting some heavy rainfall again into the Cambridge area, and even that potential for some small hail. But there's that rotation starting to become a little bit, not as strong. So we'll continue to see if that tornado warning stays in place or if it's allowed to expire early. There's another new update, and it's still holding its own. So that's still some pretty strong rotation, and there might even be some more rotation off towards the east with a separate storm that we'll continue to watch. But these are eventually going to be moving away from us here in the 10 TV area. So if you're watching us here right now, the storms are going to be getting to the point where they're going to clear away, and things will be, we can rest easy here for the rest of this evening. But again, as you've been watching us here on 10 TV for Guernsey County, and really more specifically the city of Cambridge, you are no longer in a tornado warning. That storm has shifted off towards the south and east. We are watching something little bit of maybe some very broad rotation, so nothing strong on the west side of Cambridge. That's not anything necessarily to be concerned about right now, but we're going to continue to watch that with the next couple of scans of the radar to see if that starts to show any signs of being a little bit stronger. But really, it's right in here, a couple of different areas where we have that strong rotation right now, as that main storm continues to build off to the south and east. And looking at that storm without the lightning on it, without the velocity, this is just kind of looking at how heavy the rain is and how strong the storm really is. And notice right in there, that bright pink and even that bright white showing up there. That's an indication that we're seeing some hail, likely quarter-size hail, if not even some ping pong ball size hail. And this is another look at the radar again. And notice right in here, we talk about it a lot when we are tracking tornadoes, is you get that hook shape on the back side where you have winds kind of flowing into the storm, but then you also have the storm itself producing winds and actually kind of gusting out. That's the outflow. So you got winds blowing into the storm, winds blowing out of the storm, allowing for that spin right in there. And that would be centered right around where that hook is showing up. But again, this is moving off towards the south and east, away from the city of Cambridge. So things are looking much better.
We are looking at the impacts of this storm. We did want to give you an update on some of the power outages that we are finding in that area of Cambridge. In the Cambridge area, the wider Cambridge area there over Senecaville and Seneca Lake, where you can see we have about 380 power outages reported right now in that area with this storm moving through. So you can see this is the storm we've been following that Aaron was watching as it moved this way out of that main Cambridge area, but the impacts are there after that storm has moved through. So you can see also where we're watching this next system that Aaron has been tracking moving in this area. But again, 380 power outages in the Cambridge wider area. So Salt Fork State Park up here, and we talked about Seneca Lake down here, that this could be another area of concern as the storm is moving through. But these power outages, we could see this number go up. We're going to follow that closely for you as well as our 10 TV Weather Impact team continues to track this system. So Aaron, what else are you seeing?
Yeah, so just kind of tracking that storm here in a little bit more detail, just looking at some of the storm reports. We did get a report that there has been some trees knocked down with some of the thunderstorms, and I'm bringing up a look at some of the actual storm reports, and this is from the Cambridge area. If we want to take a look at this full here, this is showing hail size reported around 526. About 0.7 inches. That's about the size, just under about nickel size. So not really any significant hail that has been reported so far. That's not to say that things aren't going to change here as we continue to track that storm as it continues to move off towards the south and east here with that tornado warning that is still in effect. So again, here's a look at that live radar picture right now. If you live in the city of Cambridge, you are not under a tornado warning, but there is still a stronger thunderstorm that is moving over you right now. That's another thunderstorm behind the main one that is severe. That is going to be producing heavy rainfall, even the potential for some small hail. But it's further off towards the south and east that we have that tornado warning that is in effect for really, it does include far southeastern Guernsey County, but that storm has really now moved out of the county and would be moving through parts of Noble County is where it is right now, eventually moving into Belmont County and Monroe County here until 6:15. And you'll notice actually one of the newer updates here with that tornado warning is actually the hail. Notice where it says hail size 1.75. That's an indication that we're talking about potential for up to golf ball size hail. So as we switch that over here with that, looking at that hail potential, you can see it right there where that pink is showing up. I mean, that's a strong indication that we're getting some larger hail, quarter to up to near golf ball size hail, not out of the question. Again, this is south and east of Cambridge, but where you see that green for Cambridge itself, maybe some, pea to dime size hail. So nothing really large, but still something to be aware of in addition to that heavy rainfall and likely some gusty winds. That storm is not severe. It's this one with that threat for hail, but also that threat for a tornado as it continues to track to the south and east. And one thing that just happened here just in the last few minutes, there is now a severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 1 a.m. This includes parts of Guernsey County and Noble County. Otherwise, really for areas further to our east into parts of Pennsylvania, that's where really that threat for severe weather is going to be confined to. So for everyone else watching us right now, if you're watching here in the Columbus Metro, I know we've been talking about this for quite a while now. We are seeing the main threat for severe weather really towards our east. We have a couple storms there right around Marion, just north and west of Delaware. Those are not severe, but these are storms that are producing some heavy rainfall, a bit of lightning there between Marion and Marysville. These are moving off towards the east at about 30 miles per hour. So you'll get some heavy rainfall, hear a few rumbles of thunder in Marion. Eventually the storms may just pass north of Delaware, but impacting areas around Bucyrus right now, eventually towards Mansfield, getting closer to about 628, Mount Gilead around 612. And Ashley around 622. Again, so far these storms are not severe. They haven't really shown any signs of getting stronger, but they're producing lightning, of course. They likely could still produce some winds gusting up to 30, maybe as high as 40 miles per hour, but also that threat for some heavy rainfall briefly as that storm is passing, lasting maybe 10, 15 minutes, and then it's out of here. So that's where we're tracking right now for immediate parts of central Ohio. Further off to the east, of course, we have those more severe storms where we have that severe thunderstorm watch in place. And of course, that tornado warning that really actually now has just crossed out of the Guernsey County area. So now this new warning that has been updated, you can see the tornado warning right there moving off towards the south and east, but still watching that hail where you see all that bright pink and that white there. That's an indication of, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some golf ball size hail with that storm, in addition to that threat for a tornado. While that's happening here, moving towards the south and east, we're still watching that storm developing behind it around the Cambridge area. That's some very heavy rainfall, potential for some small hail. I know the radar just dropped out there momentarily, but that's at least what we're seeing right now in and around the Cambridge area. So the tornado warning, again, moving off towards the south and east through Noble County, Monroe County, and areas around Cambridge getting a second storm moving through, producing some very heavy rainfall. You'll notice even around Cambridge, notice right in there, that pink showing up there, that's that indication of some very heavy rainfall and possibly even some small hail. So we'll be watching that storm to see if that continues to develop, and that might be the next one that we see a severe thunderstorm warning issued for. Not showing any signs of rotation necessarily. If we want to switch it back over to the velocity picture here momentarily, just to see what we're getting at with that storm. And yeah, we're not seeing anything on the velocity picture. So the good news is it looks like the tornado threat and the overall severe threat is starting to diminish. So for right now, we're going to continue to track the storms, but I'm going to send it over to Jeff and Stacia with some more updates.
All right, thank you so much, Aaron. And by way of resetting